We come back at 7 o'clock, but just hang out here. Come back. We're going to closed session, which starts at 5:30. And is it 5:30 yet? Yep, it's past. Okay. Okay, meeting called to order. I will call the special meeting of the Milpitas City Council. This is January 23rd, 2024. Call it to order. So while this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. City Clerk Gazetta, please take the roll.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Okay. Okay,
Here.
Vice Mayor Chua,
here.
Councilmember Lian,
Here.
Councilmember Fan, Mayor Montano.
And I am here. So before we adjourn to the closed session, City Attorney Motola, please brief the public the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You have one item for consideration today. It's conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. The agency representative will be Rick Bolanos from Liberty, Cassidy, and Whitmore. The bargaining units will be LIUNA, UPEC. This includes Protec, MEA, MidCon, IAFF, and POA.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we will call for public comment on the closed session item. So please note that tonight's public comment will be limited to 1 minute. Is there anyone from the public that would like to say anything? If not, we're going to adjourn a closed session and then we will return at 7 o'clock. Thank you. We're adjourning a closed session.
Sorry about that.
So waiting for all the other council members to arrive. Okay. I will now call this meeting to order. So I will have our city attorney go ahead and report out closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The council had conference with labor negotiators with the listed units. There's nothing to report out at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. And now let's all rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there anyone that would like to lead? Vice Mayor, would you like to, or Councilmember Lynn?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, now we also are doing an invocation, and we have Councilmember Lynn who will do the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. God, we pray that you guide us at our meeting. May we approach our discussions with open hearts and open minds, embracing the richness that comes from our differences, to collaborate, share ideas, and work towards common goals. Strive to contribute meaningfully to the well-being of our community, share a sense of purpose, respect, and a commitment to making a positive impact. Amen.
Thank you very much for that. And now it is time for presentations. I will ask my colleagues if they would like to join me for the commendations. Hey, good evening, everyone. So we are going to start with the Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So on the third Monday in January, Martin Luther King Jr. Day honors the American clergyman, activist, and civil rights movement leader. He is best known for his role in advancing civil rights using nonviolent civil disobedience. His dreams of equality have helped shape our nation. Join me in proclaiming January 15th, 2024 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Milpitas. And we have a proclamation. Is there anyone here that would like to receive it? If not, we will send it to one of our organizations. And then also, we have some students, but I don't have, oh, here they are. You have them. So we have some students here that will be receiving a commendation, and each council member will be giving some of these commendations out. Go ahead.
Thank you, students and Principal Slavin, for having our students here tonight. I was so touched walking into Kurtner's gym that day, seeing parents, MTA member, principal, and the students gather together to assemble this bag. It's called the hygiene kit for the Hope for the Unhoused. What touches my heart more was those little notes that, put into the packet, the kit. Some said, "You are amazing." The other one said, "You are loved." And the other one said, "Smile, you're beautiful." And another one said, "Yes, you can do it." So we're here tonight to thank you, each and every student that sacrifice a holiday on a Monday. It's Martin Luther King Day, and it's our day of service. Got up early, came to Kurtner, and put together this kit. Although you are young, you're small, but what you did is big. and we thank you. You are our superheroes and you are our future leaders. So thank you for being here tonight. If I can have the principal, parents, and all the students come up here at once, and we'll give these accommodations to you, take a group picture, so we can let you go because it's a school night, I understand. I asked all the students. And I'll read the names and you can pass them on. Rishan Wakmer.
We have Gayatri yeah, sorry for mispronouncing your name.
Haya. Oh,
Parker 2. Next one is Sivanash Rai. And the third one is Jonas Te. And Ari Gertzman.
Siddhant Jain. Maheshwara Singh Siva. Ethan Pham. Ayush Ambri. Landon Wing. John V. Nair. Ihan Iyir. Rivan Wagmari. Carter Wing.
Bikram Anand. Bikram, yeah. Nicole Peck. Nicole's not here.
Riley Nguyen. Henley Pham. Tara Patwadharm. Aria Pai. Akarsh Pai. Anishka Agrawal. Kiam Shah.
That's the one.
And the last one is Kriti Iyer.
Thank you all. Thanks to the kids.
Please come say a few words, please.
I just want to do a big thank you to the Kirtner community for coming out for Martin Luther King Day for this day of service. The students really embodied what servant leadership is and embodied Dr. King's message. And they're taking their steps on building our community, serving others, and learning the importance of caring for our fellow community members. Thank you.
On behalf of the city of Milpitas, here's the proclamation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's have a picture.
Yeah, that's it. How about that? Okay, so did you want to say something? Well, it's not.
She's representing Hope for the Unhoused and students made the kids. go
Okay,
to
go
the-
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So while the kids are still here, oh, they're out the door. I wanted to thank the students, the administration, and teachers at Kirtner Elementary. On behalf of Hope for the Unhoused, I'm vice president of Hope for the Unhoused, which is a nonprofit that started during COVID as we saw the homeless population growing and really needing assistance. There was not much available for them. And we are so pleased that you took time out of your holiday weekend to come together and put together those hygiene kits, which are so important for unhoused population. I don't know if you know, some of our unhoused residents work. It's so hard to go to work when you can't have a shower. So the showers the city provides weekly is so important. And those hygiene kits are really appreciated because they help people feel clean and human and being able to do something with their lives. So thank you very much. And we also want to thank the high school students that come every week. We have a lot of high school students that do community service on Sundays, and they are contributing so much of their time. It gives so much to our community in helping folks be served food and clothing and other items, the hygiene kits. And so it's all part of being good citizens. And I appreciate your involvement in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirtner School. Thank you, principal. Thank you, every parents for coming out and really cheering your students on. As a matter of fact, I went to Kirtner Elementary School when I was in the 5th grade. That was back in the 1960s. So anyway, thank you so much. Appreciate you. So I want to also acknowledge that Milpitas is going to be turning 70 years old. So yeah. And we are we're having a Milpitas 70th anniversary. So this is just notice. So this Friday, January 26th, marks the 70th anniversary of Milpitas, a milestone that holds special significance for our city. As your mayor, I take pride in reflecting on the journey we've had together. 70 years ago, the founders envisioned a community based on unity, resilience, and progress. Looking back, we see those dreams realized. Thanks to the hard work of many, Milpitas has evolved into a vibrant community. I want to thank each and every one of you. Milpitas is more than just a city, it's a family. Let's continue working together to build a future that respects our past, acknowledges our present, and creates a legacy for the future. Thanks, and here's to the next 70 years of Milpitas' journey. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I would like to invite everybody, although Milpitas' birthday is Friday, the celebration starts on Thursday at 3:30. Please come at the City Hall Rotunda, right there. We hope to see all of you, okay?
Yeah, gonna have a party. Hey. Okay, now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 1 minute today. So I would call for speakers for the clerk.
I have a number of speaker cards. I'll call them in order. The first is Hoffan, followed by Voltaire Montemayor, and then Allison McDonald.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hafa. I am a resident of Milpitas for over 35 years. Tonight, the topic of my presentation is a resolution for Black April. For 48 years already, we done the ceremony for Black April without a resolution in Milpitas. So I think it's about time. I'm going to ask a mayor and city councils to approve, to adopt a resolution for us officially to do Black April every year. And that means that we have the half mast in the month of April. This is to honor the 58,000 American soldiers who fought for Vietnam War. And
You may continue.
thank you. And for many American Republican Vietnam soldiers who fought, who sacrificed their lives for the freedom of our country. It's a touching thing every year. Our community can wait to have this day, this month to celebrate. So thank you for listening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you very much. Next,
Next is Voltaire Montemayor, followed by Allison McDonald, and then Sultan.
welcome, Voltaire.
Yeah, Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. My topic is in general. I wasn't here for the previous meeting. Just to let everybody know. I was gonna say ask for big attendance, but we have a big attendance today. So I sometimes singing the national anthem will be good too, aside from the invocation. Now, the famous, the great man. I have a dream. That's Martin Luther King Jr. And I live near Kirtner School, so I know Kirtner very well. And then I was 2 and 1 month old is that 54, right? To make it 70 years for Milpitas in incorporation. So
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
congratulations
Appreciate you
all.
being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Allison McDonald, followed by Sultan, and then Shirzith Vanian.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. I'm here, I'm wearing a different hat right now on behalf of Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association. I am a board member of Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association, former president. I'm moving soon, so Yoli Garcia is our new president. We are hosting a Black History Month presentation and breakfast on Saturday, February 3rd at 9 o'clock at the Milpitas Community College Extension on Escuela Parkway. Our guest speaker, we're flying in from Spelman College is Nyla Chote, who is also a graduate of Kirtner School, I believe, and Milpitas High School alum. She has an interesting story. She's very accomplished, and she's going to share a little bit about what it was like growing up Black in Milpitas and what she's doing with her life now. So I hope everyone will be able to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next,
Next, we have Sultan, followed by Shirzith Vanian, and then Hatru.
welcome.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I'm here today to talk about the tennis courts in Milpitas. Looking at the budget from last year for this year, we didn't see that there's any budget allocation for the courts to repair the courts and things like that. The last few weeks, we've been playing around because of the rain. We noticed that the courts are pretty slippery. Even though it is dry, but it's kind of dirty. So it kind of, we need to get a budget to maybe clean those courts if possible, or fix the the nets and things like that. All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing that up to us. Appreciate it. Okay, next.
Next is Shrith Vanian, followed by Hatru, and then Ryan Heron.
Welcome.
I'm a resident of Milpitas, on 5 years now. I would like to, this regarding the conversion of the court from tennis to pickleball. So we were playing tennis there for years now. So I would like to suggest we should not convert the existing courts, tennis courts to pickleball, at least all the courts. And even I feel like it's not fair to do a survey for existing court, which is like whether to go with pickleball or tennis court. Yeah, that's all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We're looking into that. Thank you.
Next is Hatru, followed by Ryan Heron, and then Avery Stark.
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor Milpitas and council members. I'm Hatfield, resident of Executive Board, the United Vietnamese American Community, North California. As you know, we are refugees from communists in Vietnam. We came here immigrant hardship. So we expect you approve resolution for Black April. That the day we lost Vietnam. And that resolution include with the cap mask for that day, April. And one more thing, I want you to have a Vietnamese Republic flag raising on the New Year, Lunar New Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Heron, followed by Avery Stark, and then Vikas Seth.
Welcome.
Greetings, Mrs. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Heron. I'm the Labor Relations Representative for LiUNA Local 792 and the Chief Negotiator for the ProTech and MEA bargaining units. As you know, we've been in negotiations with the city for close to a year now in our effort to achieve successor MOUs with the city. We declared impasse in negotiations in August of last year, and we held a fact-finding hearing in December. The fact-finding report was provided to the city and the union today. The union is committed to accepting the recommendations of the neutral fact finder. We hope the city will as well. We believe the report recommends a fair and reasonable compromise, and we hope you will see it the same way. Should the city refuse the recommendations of the fact-finding report, a strike would be a very real possibility in the near future. Over 95% of our membership has already authorized a strike by a vote of the membership in November. But let's be reasonable, come together for a deal that is good for the community, good for the city, good for the employees who make this city run, and let's honor them. They put their lives on the line during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they continue to give their all to the city every day. Many of them are here in the back of this room today. These are our members that help the city run on a day-to-day basis, and they deserve a fair contract. We deserve to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Avery Stark, followed by Vikas Seth, and then Laredo Cuvedo Dumendal.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Vice Mayor. Avery Stark, President of ProTech, a bargaining unit consisting of 81 members representing every department in the city of Milpitas. And I'm here in front of you and in front of my colleagues and friends and co-workers to again urge you to find in favor of the neutral person's findings of that fact-finding report that you received today. That has consisted of 8 months, again, as Ryan said, of diligent work and communication and different forms of negotiations to reach a mutually agreeable standpoint that both parties had agreed upon, and that framework which you had received about a month ago. So nothing has changed from that date. So we just again urge you to honor that fact finding, that neutral third party that was requested. And then, as Ryan said, right, without having come to set an agreement during this next 10 days, would leave us within a situation where a strike would be imminent and would disrupt city services for an undetermined amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Vika Seth, followed by Laredo Quevedo Dimondal.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. I think a couple of my friends already spoke about the Hall Memorial Park conversion. There was a survey which was being done, and I think the survey closed in the month of January. But I would like to again remind that there are more than hundreds of people who use the tennis courts, and the survey was talking about converting few or all of the tennis courts to the pickleball courts. So I personally feel it will be a very, knowing that the other tennis courts in the city of Milpitas are not to the playing standards. If the Hall Memorial tennis courts are converted to pickleball, it will be kind of a really bad thing for more than hundreds of people who enjoy that sport on the tennis courts. I've been playing on this tennis court for almost 12 years, and at least I can vouch that over the weekends, weekday evenings, those courts are always occupied. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we have Laredo Quevedo Dimondal.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, Mayor Montano and City Council. I'd like to show support to the unions, to the city employees. No strike, please. As a former or retired City of Mountain View employee for over 23 years, we had unions and we have negotiated well with the City of Mountain View. So please consider their request. That's one. Second one is I'd also like to request from City Council to please fund Hope for the In-House, who's been doing this for several years. When they first started, I was one of the organizers, and they have done a lot for the community, and so they need funding. So thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, that is it. Thank you, everyone, for the speakers that came and spoke, and for everyone else that is here. So now we are moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions from our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none.
Thank you. I further ask you, Mayor Montano, and the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for the development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none.
Please let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you very much, our city attorney, Michael Mutulapasi. And now I will read the code of conduct. Would anyone like to read the code of conduct? Any of my colleagues? If not, seeing that, I will read it. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. And now moving on to the approval of the agenda. So does anyone want to make any changes on the agenda? I'm asking my colleagues. Seeing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda. And I see Vice Mayor.
Move to approve the agenda.
For a second, Councilmember Lin.
Second.
So it has been moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lin. And now we will call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. Passed. So now we're moving on to the consent calendar. So staff, do you have any comments or changes on the consent calendar?
No comments or changes, Mayor. Thank you.
And is the consent calendar okay to proceed as agendized from my colleagues? And I have Vice Mayor Chua.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. And now I need a second.
I'd like to pull C5, please.
Which item did you want to?
C5.
C5 is pulled from the agenda. And so is there a motion to accept to move for the consent calendar to be approved, removing C5 to be discussed? And I see Vice Mayor Chua.
Move to approve with the C5 being pulled.
A second. And I see
I think Councilmember Fan second.
Councilmember Fan. I didn't see your name on here. Okay, go ahead. I don't see your name on here for me to call on you. Is there a reason why his name's not on here? Okay, there it is. Okay.
I will second.
Okay, so it has been moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Fan. Okay, now we'll call for the vote.
Mayor, we need to call for public comment first.
You're right. Okay, let's do public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to make any comments?
My comment may not be direct to what is expected, but please consider the serious speaker of the fact finding. I think it should be in the agenda. They said very soon, so we seriously think about it, right? And the Black History in April that being requested, hope to be considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make a comment on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. So now we are moving on to passing over all the consent items to leadership and support services. So our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first item tonight will be a presentation from starting with our Assistant City Manager. There are also representatives from the city's consultant, FM3. The Assistant City Manager will introduce them. And this item is to authorize to receive a presentation on a community engagement survey that was conducted earlier this year and to seek additional community engagement authorization to do that regarding the potential ballot measure in November. We'll turn the time over to our Assistant City Manager, Matt Kano.
Thank you, City Manager Thomas. So Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. As City Manager Thomas mentioned, on November 7th this past year, we were in front of you to discuss potential revenue measures such as a general obligation bond specifically for public safety facilities. And we received authorization to proceed with the voter survey to determine what our best path forward after doing a statistically valid voter survey. Where we ended up combining that with the annual community survey for efficiency for our community. And we partnered with FM3 Research to perform that survey in December. Kurt Bello from FM3 will be providing you a presentation on the findings of that survey. And then following Kurt's presentation, I will provide a very brief presentation on staff recommended next steps for your deliberation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kurt.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Kurt Balo here from FM3 Research. Nice to be here back at the city. So Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to jump into this presentation. Next slide, please. So just a couple of notes about our methodology. The most recent survey we've conducted for the city was a resident survey, a community survey that was amongst adult residents. In the past, we have conducted also voter surveys. This one was a voter survey. The methodology is somewhat similar. We call it dual mode. So you could take the survey online or on the phone. And for those who we reached out to take the survey online, we sent them either an email invitation or text invitation. The distinction here is that we are looking at people who are both registered to vote and likely to vote in this November's presidential election, which is the vast majority of voters, since it's a big turnout election. And like all the other prior surveys, we offered telephone interviews in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese. I think the key numbers here is we finished just about 600 interviews for questions that we asked of the full sample. The margin of sampling error is at 4%. For those asked of the half sample, we do some split sampling in here, 6%. So 4%. 6% are the numbers to keep in mind there. Then we have a little footnote here as a reminder that because of rounding, sometimes things don't always add up to maybe 1 or 2 points off when we combine a couple of different categories. And just as a note, we did complete these interviews in the first half of December. Next slide, please. So as Matt noted, what the city often does is an annual community survey, and then this survey was timed roughly the same period, so we combine them. And there's a few trade-offs there, but the main focus was to look at an infrastructure bond. And so the bulk of this, we'll be talking about that. But we did take some questions from that community survey. Not all of them, obviously couldn't do a 40-minute survey, but some of those and injected them into this survey so we could use this as an opportunity to double check on some attitudes about city government and life in Milpitas. And then towards the end of the survey, we did include an additional question, one question about potentially renewing 2020's Measure F. So we have one question about that as well. I believe Matt will discuss in the staff report at the conclusion of my presentation. A couple of notes about the comparisons, because we're doing a voter survey and we added some questions from our resident survey. We have some tracks that are specific to those different populations and some are kind of combining them a little bit. So I would say in general, if you're looking at some of the trends, and we'll unpack some of those here in a second, little differences here and there are both sort of within the margin of error and could potentially be explained a little bit by distinctions in the samples. But some of the trends you'll see are bigger than others as we go through. Next slide, please. So with that, the first part of this presentation is going to be the overall context. If we're asking voters, hey, how might you vote on a measure that the city could potentially put on the ballot? You want to know where their head is, how they view city government, what kind of problems they see at the top of their list that they'd like the city to address, and how a potential measure may or may not sort of address some of those issues. Next slide, please. So here's the old Gallup question, right direction, wrong track. And you'll see here's one where things have kind of settled into a little bit of a pattern. We've been asking this question in a few of our surveys recently here, and you're at 46% of voters feel like the city's headed in the right direction. 24% wrong track, and another 29%, I'm not entirely sure. It's not a huge change if you look back over the last few years. It's a drop from the first time we asked that question in 2012. I will say that some version of a right direction, wrong track number in many Bay Area communities is starting to flip upside down. So the fact that you're at a similar spot that you were back in 2020 is actually kind of a positive sign. There's just a lot of, you'll see some other questions here. There's this increasing, concerns about various things in the Bay Area, broadly speaking, and sometimes that's reflected in this question. But here, almost half feel like you're headed in a positive direction. Next slide. Here is a proxy question that we've asked in a few of our prior voter surveys of, hey, do you think the city needs more money to provide services, essentially? And the scale that we use here is there a great need for additional funding, some need, a little need, or no real need? And we've generally seen that combination of great and some need gives a pretty good indication of where support might be sort of for a generic revenue measure. And that perception has been pretty consistent. There's been a majority of voters every time we've asked who feel like there's an appreciable need for funding for new services in the city. But that's not a really high number. It's at 57% since sort of the mid 50s. And as we get, keep in mind, as we get to that infrastructure measure, it has a 2/3 vote threshold with one little caveat about the November election coming up. So there's already a little bit of indication here that the just general gut perception of need for funding is a majority of voters hold it, but it's a little below a 2/3 threshold. Next slide, please. So what are voters concerned about? We presented some different, potential problems facing your city and presented them in random order and said, hey, these are some potential problems that people have mentioned. You tell us how serious of a problem you think this is in Milpitas. Is it an extremely serious problem, very serious problem? And that's what we're more focused on, more intense reactions, the type of things that people might come to a council meeting and comment on. Maybe it's a somewhat serious problem. It's a little less level of concern, or not too serious a problem at all. And there are two really clear ones here. Inflation and rising costs, broadly speaking, and more specifically, the cost of housing. More than 7 out of 10 voters thought those were extremely very serious problems with a pretty high level of intensity. So it is a very clear, those are the top two issues that voters see as pressing problems in your city. Below that, we have majorities to different degrees who feel like some of these other issues, traffic congestion, homelessness, illegal dumping, and jobs in the economy are extremely or very serious problems. Next slide. And we have 2 slides here, and then we have some tracking data here. And now on this slide, you'll see those dark orange bars will start to get kind of small, dipping into 20% or less. And the blue bar starts to get a little bit bigger. So these are issues where, there are definitely some voters, anywhere from maybe a quarter to just about half, who feel like it's a pressing problem. But the intensity is not the same as those, inflation, rising costs, housing costs, those sort of issues, just generating a lot more intensity. What's of particular note here is if you're looking at an infrastructure bond that basically goes to funding public safety infrastructure. Those last 2 items, emergency response times, voters feel pretty good about. They don't feel like those are major problems. And specifically, we asked about the condition of city buildings like police and fire stations. This is sort of what the measure would fund. Very few voters feel like that is a pressing issue in the city right now. Next slide, please. So in terms of the overall quality of life, this is a question we're borrowing from our resident survey here. We asked respondents to the survey, how satisfied are you? Very somewhat satisfied or very somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, these numbers look really positive. They're basically in the same range that we've seen in prior years. Those are prior surveys, resident surveys. This is a voter survey, but it's in that same ballpark. I have seen these numbers deteriorate elsewhere, different versions of this question. So I think this is something that is to hang your hat on. The quality of life is still perceived to be as quite high in Milpitas. Next slide, please. This slide actually goes back to two sections ago. It's got a little bit out of order. My apologies. This is that serious problem battery here. And what I think is interesting to look at here is just the change from that 22 survey to the 2023 survey. Homelessness went up, illegal dumping went up, blight, too much growth and development. Growth and development concerns were high before the pandemic, dropped way down, and have been creeping their way back up. And so there's definitely some additional economic concerns that are percolating in your community and concerns about growth and development as well. Next slide, please. We also asked about some approval ratings of basically city government overall, the city council, and police and fire departments. Hey, fire department, 84% approval. Police department, 79% approval. So really strong numbers there. Voters really appreciate and value both the fire and police departments. City government overall is at 59% approved. Less intensity around that, but you don't see a lot of intensity on the disapproval side either. And that's pretty common for city governments. And the city council is just maybe a tick below city government overall, but those are still majorities of voters approve of the job city government's doing and the city council is doing. And maybe a little less than, between a quarter and a third express any sort of misgivings. Next slide, please. We have asked about this question in the past too in our resident survey. So it's not a complete apples to apples, but if you look at something like, police department, it's basically hovering in the same spot for the last several years in a positive place. Same with fire, essentially, you're in those mid 80s there. City council, not much of a change over the last, 54% to 52%. Those were all same spot. So you could say that residents and voters been holding steady in their general impressions. City government overall, a little bit of a drop from mid 60s to 59%. So there is something there that's a little more material and outside the margin of sampling error. Slide, please. We have a couple different slides here about agree, disagree statements. And these are ones that we've asked about in our resident surveys here. So the blue bars are shades of agreement. Orange bars are shades of disagreement. Gray is I can't make up my mind. So those first couple here, I feel like different cultures are celebrated in Milpitas. Really strong agreement with that. I'm proud to live in Milpitas. 84%. Along with the quality of life numbers that we saw that are around 80%, you've got some really strong basic numbers there. A majority trust the city's plan for the future, feel like the city government is operating in an open and accountable manner, and trust the city to manage tax dollars. But you'll see those orange bars they're getting a little bit bigger there. So in terms of, hey, quality of life is good, I like living here. There's more positive intensity around that than maybe some of these city government perceptions, although those are still positive. What I think is interesting is on the next slide. Oops. Oh, sorry. All right. Sorry. No, that's fine. Go on to the next slide. Yes. So now let's get to city services here. Moving on. Next slide, please. Yeah. My apologies. This was the slide I anticipated seeing here. So this is those agree, disagree statements. And this is looking at them a little bit over time. And so you will see here that I feel that different cultures are celebrated in Milpitas. Hasn't changed. It's been locked in there at the same level for a while. Proud to live in Milpitas, pretty similar to. And these three about city government opening in an accountable manner, trust the city's financial management, trust the city's general plan. Those were in the more around the 60s range and have dropped all into the 50s. So there's been a drop in that perception in all those different sort of metrics. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're getting into services. So are you satisfied with the overall quality of city services? And this is another number. So you see a bunch of these are pretty similar. Satisfaction levels with services are pretty high, 77% satisfied, same as we saw in 2021, within the margin of error, frankly, of 2022 and 2020 as well. And the intensity levels haven't varied a whole lot either. That stands to reason. The perceptions of the quality of life in the city are high and have remained at high levels consistently for a number of years. Stands to reason that impressions of the city services would be similarly viewed favorably. Slide, please. Yeah, so my apologies here. There is, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, a few of these are a little bit out of order, so I'm going to do my best to kind of sort through this here. So this is a question that we asked, like a budgeting type of question, and we did ask it in one prior survey, where we said, "Hey, let's pretend you got a hypothetical $100 bill. That's a budget for the city." And we had these 6 different categories that the city staff have laid out for us here of how you could spend a hypothetical budget. And we know that the person taking this survey doesn't have the benefit of digging into the numbers and understanding what costs what and how certain sort of spending categories are more expensive than others. But this is just our gut feeling if you're going to allocate $100, how you would do that. And you'll see that basically they would take a quarter of that $100 and put it towards public safety. And then you're probably, second and third buckets are neighborhoods and housing and economic development. And then a little more tightly bunched there, the last 3, community wellness, open space, transportation, transit, and environment. So you have a little bit of a kind of a 1, 2, 3 tiering there. You can go backwards a slide. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna try to sort through this. This is a comparison from we asked the same question in our 2022 survey. And you'll see the public safety was at the top then, but a few more dollars are being allocated towards public safety than they were in the past. And that came from a little bit from the environment, a little bit from economic development. But the overall sort of general buckets are somewhat similar. Let's go 2 slides ahead then. Okay. So this is now looking at if money from a bond measure, we're going to get to that in a moment here, were to be generated. We said, well, how could that money be spent? And you tell us how important it would be to spend those bond dollars in one of these fashions. And extremely important, very important, somewhat, or not too important. And you'll see here that we sorted this by the combined extremely very important. And we have several slides in this series. So we've got a wide range of priorities for how to invest potential bond dollars in the public safety side. And we've kind of feathered in a few other spending areas that might not be specifically public safety related, but broad infrastructure. And you'll see here that maintaining those response times is at the top of the list. Remember back in the earlier slide, it wasn't seen as a big problem, but people want to keep it that way. That's one of the high priorities. Backing down investigating crime, maintaining police and fire protection, broadly talking about public safety services, they're all kind of in the same prioritization. A couple other non-public safety items did slip in here, and we didn't test a lot of those, but potholes, fixing those, and upgrading the stormwater systems, because I know the city is also contemplating looking at some additional funding sources for some storm drain maintenance and improvements. Next slide, please. So now those dark blue bars, those that talk about something being an extremely important way to spend these funds, they're getting from the 40s to 30s down to the 20s here. Still majorities who would like to see funds invested this way. We have some stuff about emergency communications, disaster preparedness, and a few different things that start to get a little more specific to public safety facilities. Spaces to train first responders and mental health emergencies, just generically replacing outdated public safety facilities, repairing public works buildings because there's some overlap there in the infrastructure. Majorities think those are extremely or very important ways to invest the dollars. So I don't want to dismiss them, but less than 2/3 do. You're looking for a 2/3 measure. The items on that prior slide are the ones that resonated more strongly with voters. And that's not FM3 suggesting how you invest your dollars and budget, but just letting you know how voters view those priorities. Next slide, please. And now we start to get to things where the extremely very important numbers get to around 50%. And we have some additional things related to public safety, and then slipped in a few other things about like, parks, community center. They're just much lower priorities than some of the things we saw on some of the prior slides. Pause there for a second. Next slide, please. And finally, we get down to the items where less than half of the voters who took the survey thought these were extremely very important ways to invest any bond funds. Talking about the HVAC at the police station, you got that just across the street from you, the old city's oldest fire station, replacing the police headquarters, giving yourself a more modern police headquarters, kind of different ways of talking. One is let's replace what's old and outdated. The other way to frame it is let's give ourselves a safer, modern police headquarters. Not a big difference there, and neither of those were particularly seen as high priorities. Next slide, please. Okay. And I will just note on that last series that you saw something like investigating crimes, and maintaining 911, emergency response times. Hey, if dollars from a measure could go to do those things, that sounds great. We talk about modernizing a police station, replacing an old out-of-date fire station, which you need to do in order to provide those end results and services. There's a disconnect there where voters want those benefits, the inputs to help you get there, the less of a priority for them. And maybe you do need them from a policy point of view, but it's helpful to sort of think about that when engaging your community in the future. So we've been talking about this bond measure here. Let's get to it now. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Yeah, so one other question that we asked about here before we get to the bond measure here is about SMART. So a pretty new program you have in the city here, an on-demand service here. And we thought, it's new, understood that a lot of people wouldn't really know about it, but thought this, staff thought this would be a good time. Hey, let's get like a baseline awareness of it so that in this future, you can kind of see if you're able to move the needle and expand awareness of the program. So 44% said they were at least somewhat familiar with it. 56% were probably a little more honest and said they didn't really know much about it. We asked this question in such a way that we can look at the total number who say you're familiar, the very familiar number, I believe. The somewhat familiar, I think we take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. Maybe a chunk of those folks were just wanted to say that. It's called the social desirable response. So this is a nice data point for understanding where the program is now in terms of your community awareness and where it could go in the future. It's kind of interesting, and these are pretty small subsets here, but what's interesting that Latinos and people who took the survey in Chinese and Vietnamese, and those were very small subsets, but high proportions of them were familiar with SMART already. All right, next slide, please. So here is hypothetical bond measure language. We're looking at essentially a little more than a $200 million bond, and this is the 75 words that could theoretically appear on a ballot. Our good Orchard's run-on sentence that we're required to use with state law here. We talk about the real goals of this thing. Replace the outdated deterring public safety facilities, specifically police and fire facilities, and some of the benefits that those replacements would actually fund. And then we go to the next slide, and we'll see how people would vote on that. So we either read that language to someone on the phone or they read it themselves online. And we said, how would you vote on this? Yes or no? If they said yes or no, we said, well, is that definitely or probable? We want to push them a little bit. see how intense or committed they were to those positions. If somebody said they were a fence sitter, then we asked them if they were leaning one way or another. So it gives us 3 flavors of yes and 3 flavors of no. And you'll see here that it's a pretty even split between yeses and nos, 46 to 43, and just about 1 in 10 are undecided. For a majority vote measure, this is still below that right now, and an infrastructure bond of this nature, it's a 2/3 measure. So this is a good 20 points off what a 2/3 measure would need to pass. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through just a couple demographic slides here. The basic gist of this is there's not a lot of variation, and there's no groups really where we get close to, pretty close to 2/3. So I don't want to dwell on these slides. Men and women, both below 50%. A little more support amongst younger voters. They get to 52%. The voters over 65, the support was lower, but still not a 2/3 level. Next slide, please. Homeowners and renters, for any type of measure that the funding mechanism is attached to property, whether it be a bond measure or a parcel tax or a 218 process, obviously it's a little different, but homeowners are less supportive than renters, as you might suspect. How long you've lived in Milpitas didn't make a huge difference either. If you lived here in the city for fewer years, you're a little more supportive, but that kind of correlates with age too, but still not really creeping up on 2/3. Next slide, please. This is, I think, a pretty telling question here, which is need for funding. As I suggested before, there's always a correlation between if you think there is a greater some need for funding, you're much more likely to support a tax measure. And that's the case here. If you feel that there's only a little or no real need for funding, wow, support is really low and opposition, in fact, is quite high. But if you remember back to those prior slides, it was only 57% of voters who felt like there's generically an appreciable need for funding. So even amongst those who did, the support level still didn't quite get to 2/3. But obviously, the more voters who feel that way, the greater support level you would have. And also you can see here that if that rose right direction, wrong track numbers, which are pretty favorable, frankly, right now, if those flip at all, then the support really has a chance to deteriorate further. Next slide, please. We also looked at this by ethnicity here, and you'll see that white voters were less supportive than Latino voters and API voters, but still no one really gets to 2/3. Next slide, please. We did ask a follow-up question. Hey, how would you vote on this measure? If they said yes, said, hey, tell us why. Why would you vote yes on this measure? And they gave us in their own words a variety of rationales, and we tried our best to put them in categories. And it's, I would say, as much or more art than science, because somebody may often give multiple rationales. So these percentages often add up to more than 100% because someone could have said multiple things. But you see here, generally, it's like, hey, we want to maintain city services. We want to address public safety. These facilities are out of date. And that's the kind of language that was in those 75 words. It felt like supporters were more or less kind of parroting back some of the language that they read in those 75 words. Next slide. We did the same for those who said they'd vote no. And I'll just note something here is for reasons we're seeing for opposing measures these days is the cost of living is too high. That's almost always 1 or 2 for any rationale for opposing a measure. It's actually lowered here. It's further down. Opposing taxes, that's always towards the top of a list for, I'm just against taxes. That's pretty common. Something about, the government agency might waste the funds. That's usually in that top tier as well. But here it had popped up a little bit more, and there was more actual uses of the word trust that popped up in here. So that there was something a little bit more sort of edged about some of the opposition and touching on some issues of trust. Next slide, please. We did in the survey say, hey, here's how you vote on this measure. here are some rationales for voting yes. The stations are old. This will help maintain police services. We can't even like fit some of the modern firefighting equipment in the old fire stations. There's leaky roof, all those sort of arguments we went through. Hey, the rationales for voting yes. How would you vote now? And it did not change anyone's opinion in any material way. We then came back and said, here's a bunch of reasons why you'd want to vote no. And it did increase opposition and decrease support, but not dramatically. And it was those typical, it's going to cost a lot of money with interest. City is going to waste our money. Taxes are too high. Cost of living is too high. But what we want to really see here is if maybe we started off at a low number, could we push that up? And nothing in the survey suggests at this point in time with a measure that's focused more narrowly here on those particular public safety infrastructure. We just didn't even get to 50%. Next slide, please. So I did say we did throw one question on here about Measure F, and Matt will speak to this in a moment here. So go to the next slide. So Measure F, which are quarter-cent sales tax that you passed a few years back, it does have a sunset. We said, well, let's just take this as an opportunity to see, might this be an interesting time to potentially, renew that if there was interest in that, but from voters. And we presented a hypothetical 75 words about it. It would be a general purpose sales tax, just like the original measure was. So 50% plus one vote threshold. Obviously not quite that 2/3 vote threshold. Gets to 52% yes, 33% no. And sort of unusually, there was a high undecided. For sales tax measures, they're pretty simple mechanisms. And so we don't usually see double-digit undecided. I think part of this might be that this was placed towards the end of the survey after hearing about a bond, hearing arguments for it, arguments against it, and then we're coming in and saying, well, what about the sales tax measure? So there have been going through sort of an artificial set of argumentation before we asked about it. And my suspicion is that was what probably pushed some of those people into the undecided category that might otherwise maybe more be in the yes camp for renewing a measure without raising taxes. Next slide, please. Just real quickly on a couple demos. I won't go through quite as many as last time. A little more support amongst men and women, but kind of in the same range. Age, we didn't see that same dynamic we saw for the bond, where we saw greater support amongst younger voters and less for older voters. It's kind of similar-ish. Next slide, please. So I just want to touch on a couple of conclusions here. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So sorry, this goes back to that Measure F renewal. And so it looks like I am going to guess we looked at this by ethnicity. And there was for the public safety bond, support amongst white voters was lower than amongst Latino and API voters. Here, white voters and API voters look pretty similar for a general purpose measure, and it was Latino voters who were expressing more opposition. Next slide, please. So just a few conclusions here. Since we have this kind of combined survey here, hey, the quality of life, voters feel good about it, and they have for a while, and they feel at the same levels. And they approve of city government broadly, and certainly police and fire departments are way up there. Some of those impressions about city government and trust for the plan have gone down a tick. And we saw a little bit of that reflected in some of the opposition to in the open-ended question about the opposition to a bond measure. But broadly, people like living here in your city. They feel like different cultures are celebrated. They're proud to live there. So it's really positive on all those types of metrics. But a 2/3 infrastructure bond focused on these particular issues, I think extremely challenging is probably a gracious way of saying that, we didn't even get to 50% in the survey and it needs to get to 2/3. The only little silver lining thing here is there is a statewide measure currently on the November ballot, ACA 1, which would reduce the vote threshold for local infrastructure bonds to 55%. We haven't seen any public polling on that to know where it's at. There's also, I understand, some discussions about potentially narrowing the scope of what may fall under ACA 1. So there may be some changes to how it's currently written. But I know many other communities are looking at potential infrastructure measures for this November and are doing the same sort of calculus. If they're maybe not 2/3, but they're at least above 55%, maybe they'll try to be on that same ballot because it would apply to measures on the ballot at the same time. So I think, going through here, I'm going to kind of, skip down to the last couple bullets here. We're talking about the police station and the fire station and all the different facilities that you need to upgrade in your city. And I received an education on how some of those needs are actually pretty dire here. But when we asked about the prioritization of them, they were pretty low on the list. It's really those outcomes that they cared about. I think that is important to keep in mind. Looking at Measure F, that seems to be a much more viable option right now, considering the vote threshold is just dramatically different at 50% plus one. So Matt, I think I'm going to hand it back to you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Kurt, and thanks for, sorry about some of those slides getting mixed up. I just want to see how nimble you were, so you did great. Thank you. Mayor, I have a 5-minute presentation to follow Kurt's. If you're okay, I'll do that really quickly, and then we'll go to the discussion. So if I could have the next file up for this, please. So as discussed before, in November 2023, we reviewed 4 potential revenue measures with you: general obligation bond, storm parcel tap fee, business tax license, and the potential extension of Measure F sales tax. Next slide, please. As Kurt mentioned, the general obligation bond measure would be unlikely to pass based on the voter survey we just did. It'd be unlikely to pass in November 2024. We are hopeful that either a combination or one of either the state ACA 1, lowering that threshold to 55%, could make it more viable in the future, and or continued education with our community about the link between our services and the need for our facilities. We could work on over the next year or two and discuss a potential general obligation bond again in the future. But based on the survey we just did, this year doesn't seem to be the right time for a bond measure that needs 2/3 approval. That's why we are recommending this evening to shift our focus to talking about the Measure F extension. As Kurt mentioned, that polled or in the survey, voter survey, was at about 52% in that question at the end of the survey. Next slide, please. Real brief background. Measure F, as you're aware, is a 1/4 cent sales tax that was passed by the voters in November 2020. Generates $7 million per year for essential city services, and it sunsets in March 2029. Milpitas is capped out regarding our sales tax. Unless there's any specific state legislation that moves forward for Milpitas specifically, we don't have any additional authority above that 1/4 cent to enact any further sales tax directly for our city. So it was good that Milpitas did this in 2020 because another entity could have taken that last 1/4 cent sales tax. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot from our current adopted budget of our the sales tax allocation in Milpitas. And you can see most of it goes to either the state, 3.94%, or various county-wide functions. We do have the red section at the bottom, which is the $28.9 million we receive annually for sales tax. And to the left of that red section is the $7 million we get annually from Measure F. Next slide, please. This is our 10-year forecast as of last June. You will see an updated version of this in just 1 week at your operating budget study session. That updated version is still being finalized. However, we do anticipate it will be fairly similar to this current 10-year forecast, or that we, again, shared with you in this past June as part of the budget adoption. As you can see from the red arrow, and as you're aware, our expected ongoing deficit really has a dramatic cliff in about March, April 2029, once Measure F expires. And you can see it getting much larger after 28-29. Next slide, please. potential reasons to extend Measure F now. And again, we are not asking for your approval tonight to put Measure F on the ballot, as I'll explain later. But there's a few key reasons that are important for us to consider as we're considering whether we want to move forward with this discussion on extending Measure F. One is we will need at some point in the future, through a combination of efficiencies and economic development, there are additional revenue measures that our city will likely need to consider in the future, whether they're related to storm, a general obligation bond, or a business tax license renewal. It would be good in the future when our organization has to consider those with our voters that we don't also at the same time need to have Measure F on the same ballot to compete against that. It also avoids competition with the potential countywide sales tax measure. In 2023, the County of Santa Clara went to the state to get special legislation to add an additional 0.625 potential sales tax countywide for county services on top of the sales tax that's already authorized on that pie chart that I showed you. This is a special state allocation for the county, and they need to go to the voters by I think it's 2028 in order to use that, or that expires. So there is a concern. We've heard and we don't think that the county will be proceeded in 2024. However, it's possible they could be proceeding any year now. And if they proceed at the same time that we're trying to extend Measure F, our voters will see that in competition possibly. Or if they proceed before us and our voters approve an additional cap for the county, and then we go with Measure F, our voters could look at that as, well, I already approved it for the county, I'm not going to approve it for our own city. So avoiding competition with the county on a future sales tax measure would be very important. Going this year would ensure the widest possible cross-section of our voters get to decide on this issue. I mean, ultimately, this is a sales tax. It's our voters' decision on whether or not to extend it. And we expect a very large turnout this November. And so if we went this year, we would have a very large cross-section. And it would also give us greater financial certainty for long-range fiscal planning. There's a lot of levers we're going to need to pull. There's a lot of new revenue areas we're going to need to look at to make sure that we have a very fiscally sustainable organization for the future. And as you can see from the forecast we just reviewed, and we'll be reviewing again next week at the study session, if we can get this potential expiration of Measure F off our plate, then we can continue to focus on other possible revenue measures or other opportunities to increase revenue for our organization. And in addition, when Measure F expires, if it does expire in April 2029, another countywide entity could theoretically go to the voters and take that 1/4 cent sales tax. And so it's very possible that even if we decide not to extend as a city, somebody else could come in, and like a countywide agency, go to the voters, ask for that 1/4 cent sales tax, and our residents and visitors would still be paying it, but it wouldn't be controlled locally by our organization. Next slide, please. So next steps, if you approve staff's recommendation this evening, we would do another community tracking survey in April of this year, roughly around April. And then we would come back to you to review the results of that voter survey around May 2024. And based on direction at that May meeting, if we were continuing to proceed with the Measure F extension, we would come to you in June for that final decision. Next slide, please. So our recommendation this evening is to authorize staff to continue to perform a voter survey in spring 2024 with a focus on potential reauthorization of Measure F as part of the November 2024 general election ballot, and return to council for a final decision by June 2024. And with that, Kurt and I are available for questions, and we also have our leadership team and finance director Lauren Lai on the call as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And with that, let's call for the public comment on this issue. Mr. Montemayor?
No, sorry.
Thank you. I will use the two words. One is complement with LI, complement with LE. And then the other one is 2 birds or 4 birds in one blow. I think subsidizing on that and then on the expenses, then that will be the complement probably to save money. Complementing probably is to encourage people. These measures are complementing each other. So anyway, the bottom line is for the favor of all of us. The negative part, with the smart people out there, our pocket is already kind of draining out. But anyway, the benefit, the progress, instead of approving all the buildings, no, we approve buildings for the money for our financial support. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, so anyone else from the public that would like to make any comments on this item? Seeing none, I would now referring to the council members if they have any discussion on this item. And I see Vice Mayor Chua.
I have no comment, Mayor. I just want to make a motion, if that's okay with the rest of my colleagues, and move to approve the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. I did have a couple of comments that I wanted to, and then after that, we can go with your recommendation. So, Matt, if you can help me understand, if we do not pass Measure F, and if the county decides to take it, use it, that means we can't put out a sales tax again. It's kind of like it's taken over because we have a cap of like 10% or something like that.
Correct. There's an extra 2%. And so when Milpitas went to voters in 2020, there was a 0.25% left of that 2%. So Milpitas took that, fortunately, that last quarter. So it's capped out. If we let it expire, another countywide agency could go to the voters and ask for that 0.25%. And then if the voters said yes to them, then we'd be out of luck and we couldn't get it.
And it can also include special districts like the Water District, the Open Space Authority, all those special districts can also go out. And
it's our understanding that's yes, but I can follow up to verify the exact districts. But it's our understanding that any countywide agency could.
okay, and yeah, I would like to. Well, actually, that's the only question I had, but I'll let you go ahead and make your. That's it. I'm going to ask Vice Mayor what her comment was. Okay.
Move to approve the recommendation by staff as stated.
We have Councilmember Lynn. Or was it who did it first? Councilmember Barbadillo, which one you guys flip a coin? Councilmember Barbadillo seconded. And now we'll take a vote. Do we need to take a vote or can we just all say yes? All those in favor say aye. We need to take a vote? Okay, go ahead.
Aye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua. Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you for that. So it has passed, and that includes to ask for another survey, right?
Correct. And we'll proceed in the spring with another survey and come back to you all with the results of that for your direction.
Okay, thank you very much. So now moving on to item 15, approve changes to the city council procedures and protocols handbook. So city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Montano. Again, we have our Assistant City Manager, Matt Kano, here to present information to you. We're coming back to the council with information based on direction that you gave to staff in August 29th of 2023 related to the City Council Protocols and Procedures Handbook. We have a number of items that we have worked through and would like to have additional direction on that. And we'll turn the time over to Mr. Kano for the presentation.
Thank you, Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. Thank you for the introduction, City Manager Thomas. So next slide, please. And we'll go. So tonight I'll briefly discuss the background and overview of the City Council Protocols and Procedures Handbook, the recommended changes, and then obviously open up for City Council discussion and action. Next slide, please. And there you go. Thank you. This is a brief timeline of the City Council Handbook. It was first adopted in 2004. There have been a number of amendments that I've indicated in the bullets here. And most recently, on August 29th, 2023, we had a special City Council study session to review potential changes that had been brought forward either formally or informally by the mayor or members of the City Council. We received your feedback on those changes on August 29th, and we've done our best to make recommendations based on the feedback we received, and those changes will be presented to you this evening. Next slide, please. This is a slide that we covered at the August study session. Just in general, discusses the procedural rules that we follow as an organization, obviously with federal, then state law, local ordinance, and then after that, rules that you adopt by the handbook. And absent of any of those rules above, we follow Robert's Rules of Order, and City Attorney can correct me on anything I said there or to help me with any detail if there's questions on this. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So very briefly, these are the chapters of the handbook. We have the purpose and overview. Chapter 2, the duties of the City Council, roles of the City Manager and City Attorney. Chapter 3, the Mayor and Council Member conduct. Next slide, please. Chapter 4 discusses meetings. Chapter 5, meeting agendas and minutes. Chapter 6, City Council actions. Next slide, please. Chapter 7, communications, and Chapter 8, council liaison and rules. And I've gone through these slides fairly quickly because they're repetitive of what we covered with you in August. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So these next 9 slides cover the recommended changes. There's 9 recommended areas of change on today's agenda. And at the very end, there are 4 items that we discussed that we received feedback from you in August that we don't have recommendations for you yet this evening because further research is required. So again, I'll cover these 9 changes briefly, and this what is on these slides mimics what is in the City Council staff report. So the first one, number 1, the duties of the City Council and the duties of the Vice Mayor. This language, the current language, reviews how the Vice Mayor is selected by a majority vote during the first meeting at which the mayor and returning or incoming council members commence their terms. We are recommending no changes to this current language. We did recommend, if the council wanted to, I mean, you can, a few possible alternative recommendations would be that we would want to clarify the language that the term limit and the initial nomination should be for 1 year, or we can add language to be even more explicit that the term limit recommended and the initial nomination should be for 2 years. I want to be clear on that second alternate. We already feel that the language is clear that the term is for 2 years because it's during the first meeting at which returning or incoming council members commence their terms. However, that second alternative could even be more explicit and add the language of 2 years. So if it's okay with the Mayor and City Council, I'll go through all of these and then turn it back for discussion. So next slide, please. Or if you'd prefer to, if you prefer to take discussion, I'll leave it to the Mayor and City Council.
Yeah, I was thinking we could all do it but then we'll probably forget how we wanted to. So let's go ahead and just do it each one now that I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll pause there then for any questions.
Yeah. Are there any discussions? And we have Vice Mayor Chua.
I'm okay with no changes on 1. Do we take a vote on each one? No changes to the current verbiage on the handbook.
Okay.
Do we have to vote?
Mayor, I'll be noting all of your recommendations and I can restate them for you for one motion at the end.
Oh, Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also will have to take public comment before you can vote on this
For
item.
each one?
No, we can take public comment at the end
Oh,
of the
okay.
presentation.
Okay. So do you, so how would you want me to proceed to ask how everyone wants to vote, take a vote? Okay. Or do you want
See
to
if
do?
the,
Okay. Oh, you'll keep track. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right.
okay, thank you. The next slide, please. So this is a discussion of the photographs of past council members that are on the wall over here. Acknowledge that there are some past council members that are missing, and that's something that, depending on the policy this evening, we will definitely work on rectifying to line up with the policy. So the placement of the photos is not currently in the handbook. It was discussed on August 29th at the study session. We have added draft language to the handbook to indicate that photos of past council members will be put up on the wall after a 7-year waiting period after their term expires. There are obviously a million different alternative recommendations, 2 of which could be a 3-year waiting period or no waiting period at all for this item.
So I had brought this one up, and I think once they're out of office, we could put their photo on there. First I said 7-year, but no, it's just once they're out of office. Vice Mayor?
I think the putting of the photo over there, I think should be part of the ceremonial going away of council members, any council member. Because if you wait 7 years, who's going to remember that? Who's going to count? The implementation is going to be difficult. So I think it should be no waiting period, like the mayor said, just part of the going away ceremony when we give the plaque and everything else. And if it's a second term council member, then we just add the what do you call that? The dates.
Yeah, that's a good.
It makes it simpler.
They get the flag and then they'll
Yeah.
get the picture.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is item number 3, Mayor and Council Member Code of Conduct. There was discussion about whether there should be a restriction on using electronic devices during closed session. After listening to the discussion and listening back to the discussion on August 29th, although there was no vote taken, it appeared that a majority of the council were not in favor of adding specific language on that. So we're recommending no change to the language in the Code of Conduct. An alternative is that we could be more explicit that all electronic devices should be turned off or stored away during closed session meetings.
And that one, I think that's the one that, because there's been leaks sometimes, especially when during that, the home key, when that was discussing, there were some folks using their cell phones. So I think just turning it off and storing it in their pocket or purse. So but that's the way I feel. And what do you?
I don't see the need for any restrictions on that. It really depends on each one of us because not all of us will use the phone. I mean, it's really for family emergency or we need to call on somebody. I think we know what we're expected of us, and I think we should just stick with that one. Thank you. No restrictions, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I understand that, but that's the problem. Not everybody adheres to not everybody adheres to the how it should be. So, and I'm just giving you my perspective, what I have observed, and some of the ramifications of what's happened. Because there are some very confidential stuff that has leaked out. So, again, if we lived in a perfect world and we had people that really had high morals, standards or not the virtues that's the word, then yes, but we don't. So, okay. Next.
Hey, can I just ask, we can ask for clarification on this one again, possibly during the vote, but I heard from two on the dais, and there are, and I heard a different opinion from each one. So I'm not sure when we summarize at the end, we'll need further discussion.
So at the end, what we'll do is we'll go through each item, and I'm happy to summarize the comments that were made on the dais. And at that time, a council member may make a motion, and that motion will be handled the same way all other motions are handled. The motion, the second, the vote, and it'll pass by majority vote.
Thank you, City Attorney. Next slide, please. This was more of a cleanup item. Currently, the City Council meeting start time is referenced in Section 4 of the handbook, and it's duplicative of the reference to the start time in the Muni Code. And Section D4 of the handbook regarding closed session meetings did not reference the Code of Conduct. And so here we're recommending that we remove the start time from the handbook so that we don't have it in the Muni Code and the handbook. And then we also want to be have a reference that the Council Code of Conduct does apply to closed session. Next slide, please. This is Chapter 5, dais seating. Section 4 of the handbook specifies that seating arrangements on the dais, after the mayor and the vice mayor seated, the remaining council members are to be seated based on seniority of continuous time served. And there's also a tiebreaker. If the time served is the same, it goes by the number of votes in the last election. Based on listening to the feedback from the mayor and city council, it appeared that, and again, there was no vote, but it appeared that the majority of the mayor and city council would like to leave the language mostly as is. However, with one clear change, after the mayor and the vice mayor are seated, the remaining council members, as opposed to being seated based on seniority, would be able to choose their seat based on seniority. So these last three seats on your right, my left, would be chosen by the council members based on seniority of continuous time served. And so that's the recommendation in the agenda report.
So that was that's the one that I needed some clarification, because when the time came, I thought that if a council member had served previously, that council member would have the seniority. But when it says continuous, I think that's the word that's it throws me off. So is it continuous like every term, or is it continuous? So if you can clarify that, then
Sure.
that way I could make my decision.
Yeah, currently, I'm reading from section F4, F2 of the handbook. It says that the seniority is defined by continuous time of service as an elected member of council.
Yeah,
So
but
if
so
there's
continuous, is it like they, let's say, for example, 4 years and then another 4 years, or is it 4 years of break and then another 4 years?
So for example, Councilmember Barbadillo has had 1 year of continuous time served because there was a break. So it would be, it wouldn't add up past. If there was a break, it would start up anew.
So so that means that when he served and he came back, it's not continuous. So that means he
Correct.
said
The clock started again for Councilmember Barbadillo on this item. So he's got 1 year in for seniority in this item.
I get it. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Sorry about that. Let me.
So if there are two council members with no continuous service coming in for the first time, I mean, whenever time it is. So what's the tiebreaker?
The number of votes received in the last election.
Got it. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So there was a lot of discussion about the procedural rules of voting at the council meeting. there was discussion about who votes first, and how is it decided on who votes first. There are options that we could pursue, such as a rotating basis for who votes first, or voting could be called and recorded based on the seating order of the dais on a regular basis. Well, I do want to add that if we did a rotating basis for who voted first, it could be per council meeting or per agenda item. It would be complicated for us to track, and could get confusing as well. So we are recommending no changes to this item. When we do move to electronic voting, which will hopefully be later this year, we can, this will be a moot issue for the most part. Most votes would be electronic. So. Okay, next slide, please. This is in regarding item number 7, chapter 6, proclamations and commendations. Their language in this chapter explains how proclamations are issued by the mayor, and commendations are also issued by the mayor or more council members. That or more council members is a little confusing. The primary recommendation that we have here is to add language that commendations are issued by the mayor and can also be signed by council members. Additionally, we wanted to add language that a council member, if the mayor were to refuse to issue a proclamation or commendation, upon a council member's request, that council member could bring that issue to the next city council meeting to override the mayor's decision. An alternative recommendation here would be to allow commendations to be issued by individual city council members without the mayor's signature. However, the state law does govern the use of the city seal, and so those commendations would have to be without the community mark. So again, our primary recommendation is just to add clarification that other council members are able to sign commendations with the mayor if they proactively choose to do that, and to be more clear that if the mayor refuses to sign a proclamation or commendation, the council member can ask the city manager to agendize that for discussion at the next city council meeting. All right, next slide, please. This is the two more items. Keys to the city. So there's no current language in the handbook regarding keys to the city and issuing keys to the city. We are recommending adding language to chapter 6, indicating that all keys to the city, with one exception, must be approved by the entire mayor and city council at a city council meeting, and must be for significant and or extraordinary achievement or contributions of the individual and or organization. The one exception is that if we have a formal sister city partnership, then the mayor would be able to just issue keys to the city to the, such as we did with the city of Dagupan late last year. And again, so other than sister cities, the recommendation is that all keys to the city would be by a vote of the mayor and city council. All right, next slide, please. This is related to chapter 5's item B1 and B2. There was a question regarding who is responsible for city council agendas and closed session agendas. And we added language to clarify that the city manager is responsible for setting the open city council session agendas. And the city attorney is responsible, obviously both reporting to the mayor and city council. The city attorney is responsible for setting the closed session agendas. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in the beginning, there are some items that require further staff analysis. We did include in the agenda report some of the discussion and the back and forth that we heard from you all on August 29th. And we'll be bringing these items either in, possibly one at a time or all together later this fiscal year to the mayor, hopefully this spring to you in the next few months. Regarding city council salaries, eligible uses of the training and travel budget, the resolution 8703 on the censure policy, and a policy on city council interns. Next slide, please. So on the next steps, we'll take a vote on these recommendations as city attorney and city clerk outlined earlier. and take any additional feedback that you have. And then, as I mentioned, we'll return in the spring or earlier with further discussion on those final 4 items. That I'll turn it back to the mayor and city council.
Thank you. So, city attorney, what is your recommendation, how we handle this?
I would recommend that you take public comment, and then if you want to go through, either the clerk or I can announce each item and determine whether the council wants to make a motion on it.
Okay, so anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on this issue? Okay, Mr. Montemayor, come on up.
I had one, but I don't wanna try to remember. There was confusion before in the, I don't know, in this administration, the previous administration, but forget that part. All I see are a lot of primary recommendations and alternate recommendations. I think it's improved from what we have. So in other words, it's up to the council to choose the alternative or combine. I don't know. I think I've read the recommendations and alternative recommendations, so they're good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we will go by each one and decide if we want to.
Could we put the presentation back up on the screen, please? Just go to slide 11. Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
So during the course of council discussion, only council member Chua commented on this item 1, which is the vice mayor term. Her comment was that she was okay with no further changes. So would any member like to comment further or make a motion?
So I just want to make a comment. So when I was elected, I decided to do a 1 year to have that option of being able to select someone, giving someone an opportunity to become the vice mayor. And I recall, and during the discussion, there was one from one of the council members that said, well, maybe we should take turns. And I have been talking to several, sometimes, when I talk to several other council members or mayors, and they take turns as vice mayor. So I would like to throw that in there. Maybe it gives people an option, gives people an opportunity to become the vice mayor. They can select, just take turns. So if that's something that the rest of the council would like to do, then is interested, then mention that in there. If not, then just we'll leave it as is.
Would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
Approve item 1 with no change.
Approved by vice mayor and then seconded by Councilmember Fan. So take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, next.
Next slide, please.
This item was related to placing photographs on the wall in the council chamber. Both the mayor and vice mayor commented that they did not want a waiting period between the end of a council member's term and the time the photograph goes onto the wall.
Okay, so we have vice mayor.
So moved.
I'll second it. And we'll have take for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, moving on.
Thank you.
So item number 3 relates to whether or not to prohibit the use of electronic devices in the closed session room. 2 comments were made during the council member comment section. Mayor Montano commented that she would like to add language that would prohibit the use of electronic devices. Vice Mayor Chua said there's no need for restrictions and that phones are necessary for family emergencies and the like. So at this time, we call for motion.
Okay, so this one, I guess we'll call for the vote on this one. Or is there a motion on it? So we'll have Councilmember Lynn.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor Chua that we do not need to have the language in the handbook. It is for emergency use. So with that, I motion to accept number 3, chapter 3, the council, mayor and council member conduct with no restrictions on electronic device.
You know, I think I agree with Vice Mayor Chua. You know, it's incumbent on us to follow best practice and use our own best judgment. I think that it's a bit disheartening, you know, that mayor would accuse her colleagues of lacking in morals and lacking in virtue. I mean, just because you have trust issues, you know, doesn't mean that you should take it out upon us. We don't need to be controlled in that way. That's not leadership. That's a dictatorship. And so, no, I'm not done.
Okay. So next.
Mayor, we need a second on that motion.
I was seconded by Councilmember Fan. Vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm a no. Next.
Next slide, please.
So this is the 4th recommendation. This is a 2-part recommendation. It's to delete the duplicative start time of meetings that would appear in the municipal code, both the municipal code and the code of conduct, and to update the handbook to reflect that the code of conduct applies both in closed session and in open session. Mayor Montano was the only one who commented on this particular item and said she thought staff's recommendation was good.
Many times. On this one, it was a duplicative language. I don't recall this one here.
We have.
Can you expand
Sure.
on that one?
Both the municipal code and the handbook talk about the council meeting start time of 7 o'clock. And having it in 2 locations long term is not ideal because if we change one, we forget to change the other. And the muni code governs. And so just leaving it in the muni code would avoid us having duplication in the handbook and having different times between the muni code and the handbook in the future.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We could leave it as is. So I'd make a motion to just leave it as is. there a second? Oh, somebody's, I don't see your name. Okay, here you go.
So just to clarify, staff's recommendation is to update the handbook to remove the start time and to update the handbook to add a statement that the code of conduct applies both in open session and closed session.
If that's the mayor's
Correct.
motion, I'll second.
Correct, yeah. So your vote is making a motion to accept it. Is there a second? Okay, we'll do the vote.
Councilmember Ardillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I am an aye. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Is the dais seating?
So the recommendation is to leave the language mostly as is, although to allow those members who have greater seniority and are not the mayor or vice mayor to choose their seat rather than sit in a specific order. There were Mayor Montano was the only one who commented and said she was okay with the staff's recommendation.
Right. So we see. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Yeah, I move for the primary recommendation that we leave the language mostly as.
Seconded by Vice Mayor.
Second.
Okay, take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye.
Next slide, please. Thank you.
Item number 6 relates to the voting order. The primary recommendation is that there should be no changes to any language in the handbook related to the voting order, in part because electronic voting will be implemented in the near future, we all hope. And there were no comments made by the council on this item during the earlier time.
Vice Mayor Chua
So move. No change.
and moved by Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilmember Fan. Okay, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Next slide. Oh, got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh,
No, go
item number 7 relates to proclamations and commendations. The primary recommendation is to add language to clarify that commendations are to be issued by the mayor, but that any council member who chooses to can sign on to a commendation. Additionally, the primary recommendation would add language that allows the council member to request the city council to request an item be placed on the city council for a proclamation in case the mayor refuses to sign the proclamation or commendation. There were no comments on this item during the council comment period.
Okay, is there a motion? I don't see anybody. Let's move. Moved by, who was it moved by? Moved by Councilmember Fan and seconded by Vice Mayor Chua. Take a vote.
And just to clarify, that's for the primary recommendation.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Next.
Item number 8 involves keys to the city. This would add language to chapter 6, indicating that keys to the city must be approved by the mayor and city council for significant and/or extraordinary achievements or contributions. There would be an exception made in cases of established sister cities.
The motion? I move we accept this. A second? We have Vice Mayor Lynn,
Move with the primary recommendation.
and I second it, and so to call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye.
And the
Next one.
last but not least, this would be an amendment to Chapter 5, items B1 and B2, to clarify that the city manager is responsible for placing open session items on city council agendas. The city attorney is primarily responsible for placing closed session items on the agenda. There is a section, I believe it's B3, that states that a majority of the council may place an item on either the open session or closed session.
Correct. That's still in there and that's not changed.
And there were no comments on this in the previous comment period.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, you said the city manager and for the open session and then closed session for city attorney, right? Oh, what about the mayor?
That's correct. The mayor would have the right to do it with the support of 2 other council.
Pardon?
The mayor would be treated as the rest of the council and could place an item on the agenda with the support of 2 other council members.
With majority?
Right, the majority of the council.
So it needs to, I'm confused. So it's the city manager and the city attorney.
The city manager and the city attorney would be primarily responsible for placing items on the agenda.
Uh-huh.
If the majority of the council wanted an item to come that wasn't being placed by the city manager or city attorney,
Right.
then we would pull the council. And if a majority wants it placed on there, it would be placed on there.
So no, the mayor can't do it by herself too.
Not unilaterally, no.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He or she would be treated
It has
the
to be
same as all the rest of the council.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Motion?
Move.
Second, and seconded by, so it was motion by Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. Okay, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I am an aye. That's it.
Thank you. That concludes that item. And I know you had the
Right, that concludes the recommendations.
That concludes this presentation. Then moving on. Then moving on to,
the consent calendar item that you pulled.
oh yeah, we have to go. And we have the consent calendar, number 5. Okay. So, and this was brought up by Councilmember Lian. Okay, hold on. I can't hear you.
Okay, so I put C5 to comment on C5 actually. So first I want to thank City Manager Ned Thomas for forwarding all the applications for different commissions. And I do have a concern, what I'd like to hear from all of our council members planning commissioner. We do have the current commissioner who sent in the application, also talked to the mayor, shown interest that he would like to continue serving on the planning commission. And, this commissioner has served the commission, the planning commission well. And I would like to comment on that. I don't see the need to appoint a new commissioner to the planning commission. And with that, I would like to nominate the current commissioner, which is Bill Chuan, to continue serving on the planning commission.
Thank you, but there is a municipal code that does state that the mayor has the authority to select a commissioner and then ratified by the city council. And you're saying you would like the former commissioner to be replaced or to be put on there. And I will consider that recommendation in the future. So if the city attorney could.
So, just to clarify, the way appointments work in a city that's organized as our city is that only the mayor can make a nomination. The mayor makes the nomination and it must be voted on by motion and second of the entire city council. So the mayor can, at this juncture, choose to move forward with the nomination she's made. She can choose to withdraw that nomination and have further consideration. But no council member can make an alternative nomination. They can merely make suggestions to the mayor.
Okay, so I have recommended the person that is on your agenda, and I guess we can call the vote.
We would need a motion in a second before we can call the vote.
And so I would make a motion that we appoint Lian Kong to the planning commission.
Mayor, there are multiple nominations on the recommendations for nomination on your report. Do you just vote for the planning commission or are you voting on all of them?
Oh, on all of them. Is there a second? And we have.
I will just be candid and say that I have serious reservations about this individual and their ability to.
Councilmember Fan, can you specify the individual? Which is it? We're doing several nomination appointments.
Okay, your nomination to the planning commission.
Planning commission.
And quite frankly, I don't think the individual is competent for the role. They have no business in land use or planning. Quite frankly, I loathe the kind of political games that they play. Councilmember Lin, how much did this individual cost the school district?
I think that's a moot point.
Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion, and I'm having a conversation, and you're interrupting me.
But you're asking a question.
No, you're interrupting me.
So
no, I'm asking. I'm not directing that.
You're being very disrespectful. I think
you're interrupting me, and I'm being disrespectful.
Okay, go ahead and finish. Finish.
I don't need your permission.
The thing is, it's this whatever you're saying, the recall, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
The cost. Okay, but that has nothing to do with it's just so.
Of course it does. represents the kind of conduct that we can expect of an individual to serve on a body, on a government body, in a sworn capacity.
Well,
And that
there's
kind
a
of
lot of people that have done a lot worse things, but we don't
okay,
go
well,
there.
that's
So-
your opinion.
Yeah.
Again, you're interrupting me.
Go ahead and finish. There's something wrong with the, your name is not on here. You're done. All right. Okay. Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
I just want to make a suggestion or make a comment. This is not directed to, this is for the present and the future. We have a, and this is just a friendly comment. Please don't take it personal. And we had a system before that each council member can recommend. This is specific for planning, and can recommend based on what do you call a series of vacancies at the planning commission. You know, one council member can recommend, this is your time to recommend. The other one can recommend as well. So it's not just the mayor that can recommend, but I mean, we know that the code, the mayor recommends, but we were given a chance to recommend, all of us, at one point. And the reason why I like that system is because each of one of us has been elected by part of the constituents. That means each one of us is representing that part of the constituents that thinks the way we do. So I would like to maybe, I'm giving that as a suggestion, and whether it's taken or not, but I want to just put it out, and I hope I didn't offend anybody. But that's one way for the planning commission to be truly represented by the entire community. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It seems like there are some issues with so you have the planning commission. So what I would like to recommend is that we move the other nominations and then defer the planning commission to another time. Oh. Councilmember Lynn?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to echo what Vice Mayor said. You know, each one of us was elected to serve, and we are serving. And for us to be controlled this, speaking behind the dais, I feel like, and I mentioned this before, I think I was like 2 months in this position, where I have to ask permission to speak. And we come up with this microphone control. We have to press it, which means raising hand, and it turns red. That's when we're allowed to talk. I mentioned before, I feel like my mom is here with me. I need my mom's permission to speak, which I feel that, and it may be wrong what I'm saying, but we have the same power. The mayor is another vote. Vice mayor is another vote. We, council members, have that equal vote.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barbadillo.
I have to cast my opinion as well, right? It's true that we have equal rights to vote, and each vote counts. And as a rule, the majority makes that decision. Right? But as objective as I am, right, with the representation of the city attorney, who base the power, the authority of the mayor to choose and recommend, I think we should stick with that. If we do want to change that part of legislation, initiate a change. But until then, if what the municipal code says that the authority to make recommendation lies for the mayor, it's not about the mayor making her decision, because same municipal code says that it can be voted by majority of the council. So that's the rule. So whoever makes the recommendation on this particular situation, it's the mayor. For us to have and exercise our one vote, we take a vote. That's the rule. So she makes the recommendation, it's presented in the dais, we exercise the right to vote, and majority decides whether the recommendation is accepted or not. So there is no power play. It's as simple as that.
So thank you. And we need to stay focused, and the focus is, and the municipal code is the law, and says the mayor has the right to select someone. That's her authority, his or her authority, whoever's the mayor. And I'm not going to be the mayor forever. It might be you or anybody else. They have that authority. It's in the municipal code. And there should be that respect there for that position. Obviously, some people don't have that respect. So thing is, I'm saying, just take a vote. If I'm recommending this person, and if you say no, then come back again. But I would like to at least vote for the other commissions that were appointed, and then we can come back to at another time for the planning commission.
Yeah, you can defer that item, but against
Okay.
Mayor and Councilmember Bobadil.
Vice Mayor.
The votes. We had talked.
I think you're out of order, please. City Attorney, I need some help with this, because we're going off the topic.
So the agenda item is the appointment of commissioners, so we should stay on that. If you want the item concerning microphones agendized, then please bring it up during the announcement period, and we'll vote on whether to agendize it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chua.
Regarding the recommended person for the planning commission, she was on the Energy and Sustainability Commission, and I worked with her for 2 years, I think. And I know her to be diligent, smart, and she does her homework. And as you know, Energy and Sustainability Commission is very technical. It is not one of those commissions that you can just jump in and learn. But she's been sitting on that commission for many years before I even took over the liaison of that commission. And I was truly impressed with her commitment and her technical knowledge, and overall a leader in that commission. She was chair and vice chair positions. So in that sense, I know her for that. So I would vote for her.
Okay, so we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a yes from Vice Mayor. And let's take the vote.
Mayor, we need to take public comment first.
Public comment.
I have a card from Karina Dominguez.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Karina Dominguez. I am the former Vice Mayor for the City of Milpitas. Upon hearing the conversations today, it truly brings me chills to feel the energy in this room that has not changed. The power struggles continue, and the mayor continues to not listen to her colleagues. Councilmember Hanlon, I'm so sorry that you're going through that, as well as Councilmember Anthony Fan. Thank you for your years of service and for tolerating this behavior in this chamber. And for the rest of you, I hope that you support your peers against this behavior that really just brings a toxic environment. In terms of the Planning Commission, I do feel I support Vice Mayor Evelyn Chua's recommendation to allow every council member. Former Mayor Rich Tran allowed us to do that. And I feel that was a system that was equitable because every single one of you is voted like residents from
Thank
that.
you.
So I hope we take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So moving back to the votes. Is there anybody else up for public comment? Closing the public comment then.
We still
City
need a
Attorney?
motion and a second. And you have a couple of options at this point is how you can make the motion. You could move each commissioner separately. You could move one commissioner separately and move the rest of them together, or you can move all of them together, whatever the moving council member chooses.
I'm going to go ahead and do the all together. And because it was seconded by Vice Mayor.
Oh, second.
So now I'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Is clarification, moving all the recommendations.
And the other commissioners.
I
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
No.
Councilmember Fan,
Hey,
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Now we're moving on to announcements. Does the city manager have any announcements to make?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick announcement. I wanted to reiterate something that you mentioned earlier. The city will host an open house in commemoration of the city's 70th anniversary of incorporation on Thursday in the City Hall Rotunda from 2:30 to 7. And we invite all Milpitas residents and visitors and guests to join us in that open house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the only, you said just Thursday, but isn't there another one on Friday?
Just on Thursday. There was a scheduled conflict on Friday evening,
Okay.
unfortunately, so we'll do it on the eve of the actual date of our inauguration.
Thank
There
you.
will be, however, other events throughout the year in commemoration of its 70th anniversary, not the least of which will be the State of the City address in June. And then there will be other items. There will be a banner and some other decorations for that.
Okay,
too.
great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so city attorney has an announcement.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that on Thursday, my office is putting on in this room Brown Act training for all new and returning commissioners, anyone else who might be interested. And I wanted to invite each of the council members. It's at 5:30, so it will be coordinated with the 70th anniversary. And please feel free to show up and ask difficult Brown Act questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we have Councilmember Fan.
yes, I'd like to request future agenda item. I know that we own or we pitch in funds towards the county library on Main Street. I to this day, it hasn't really been named anything other than the Milpitas Library. I'd like staff to reach out to the county and explore the possibility for us to name the library. It should be named after a leader who has contributed to Milpitas. Can't just be unknown library at Milpitas. So that's my request.
Okay, we need a consensus for that.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua. Councilmember
Yes.
Lian. Councilmember Fan.
Yes.
Mayor Montano.
All right. Anyone else have any referrals or? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Council Member Bobadillo and I started working on, based on the feedback from the retailers, business retail from Seafood City to have, and we also have reached out to, both of us have reached out to Chief Gerard about a workshop on best practices for the retail businesses at Seafood City. So we're planning on doing something like a workshop, suggestions, and anything else that we can help them with. And based on this first workshop, maybe in the future, we can look into a quarterly workshop for any business in Milpitas that would like to participate. So that's both, this is from Council Member Barbadillo and myself.
And for consensus, Councilmember Barbadillo.
Before I say yes, just in addition, it's a kind of a program to reassure businesses, not particularly that side of town, with regards to statistics of what's going on, safety, and precautions. And I think that's the motive of the program that Vice Mayor is having in mind. For that, it will reassure not just the community, but the businesses in Milpitas that this is a safe city. We are doing something about it. And that is what we are trying to communicate in this program. So I second that, and I agree for that to go forward.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I'm an aye. Thank you.
Okay,
We have Vice Mayor.
I would like to request our city attorney to make change to the commissioners handbook. We have so many talents and so much information from the commissioners. So I would like to to add to the handbook of the commissioners it's not mandatory. It's an option for them before their term out to make a presentation to another commissioner on any topic that they want to discuss to share with the other commissioners. And I brought this up last night with the Arts Commission, and they're so excited about it because they said they want to know about the Parks and Recs Commission. Because we have so much talent and so much information we need to share with other commissions. And I think that would help a lot. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you. So you need a consensus for that?
Yes, we do.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Yes.
Councilmember Lian.
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Any more referrals? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.